right now. We're fucking actually gonna do this again. Thank God. Um, yeah, I tried streaming this earlier on Thursday, actually. I wanted to get part 3 of Heavensward done on Thursday, but that didn't happen. So, off stream, I took Stas through the Crystal Tower raids. Off stream, I might do another stream on it, maybe like sometime in the near future, just to have that recorded as well. I kind of should have recorded it at the time, but I guess. I guess I wouldn't mind going through it again. It's like 5.5 hours, so like maybe on Wednesday or something, I can definitely just stream that real quick. Crystal Tower raids again, just to go through them. But for now, now that internet's back and shit like that, we're actually gonna finally speed on ahead through Heavensward. I was running into internet issues. This is actually very fucking late for me. I actually wanted to start the stream earlier as well, but two things: homework, and two, the internet was being crappy again. This time I didn't want to fucking wait until 6 p.m., so I brute forced the internet to come back. And well, I'd say it worked. I'd say it worked kind of well. Yeah, all that's left is to ping Stas and wait for him to come in, and we'll get this show on the road. Yeah. Fucking finally, right? We're almost done with Heavensward. We're gonna be... I think part 3 is gonna be like the end of like the Heavensward storyline proper. And then yeah, it's gonna be the end of like the last bits of the storyline proper. So we're gonna see like Edmund finishing his memoirs and whatnot. And then part 4 is going to be the start of Stormblood, Slope, and the appearance of Shinryu. So that'll be exciting. I guess while we wait, I can probably fuck with Glamours, since I'm thinking of staying as this guy for a while, aren't I? Yeah, let's fuck with Glamours. There's a couple I want to change. For one, my monk, I want to change that pretty much indefinitely. And then I also want to change my samurai. I still want to be this, because it's the Sekisugumi outfit. Not the Sekisugumi. Shinsengumi outfit, yes. Sekisugumi is the fictional one in 14. And I want to be a Shinsengumi. Or, fuck, Sekisugumi. Yeah, whatever. I can't. I can't right now. I really can't. But this is already sort of, this already sort of fulfills that, so I think all I need left is to, like, maybe make a long skirt or something like that. Hold up, let me actually look a few things up here real quickly. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna have the long skirt on this. Don't know what I'm gonna do for this. Possibly keep it the same, honestly. I kind of wanted it to be like Noctis is one of his alternate outfits where he wears the baseball cap, but I think this could work too. Although red's totally not the color to use here, so I might change it up a little more. I want to change up the monk glamour as well. I think the tank top will be a central piece. I told you to fucking announce your presence more! God damn it!
What? Oh, my mic's a little off.
Oh, okay, alright. Because, like...
Get my mic fixed? I was trying to plug in my mic.
Okay. God damn it.
No, it just got in like 2 minutes ago. I'm trying to fix my mic.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Let's start this then. New Game Plus. We're finally on Heavensward Part 3. Let's begin. Alright. An uncertain future is our next quest. Alright, let's see, last visual, and we're gonna start. The stream's been going on for a while already, so. Let's see, where's the quest? It's inside of the manor here. Everything looking fine on your end, by the way?
Looks good.
Alright. Fortuitous timing as always on this. Tataru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you would be so kind, then. Absolutely! You will be pleased to hear that Riol and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Philomene helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Laminsa, only to then disappear? Well, according to Riol, she crept aboard a ship bound for Razat Han, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Riol thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They would not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled to the city shortly. They fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. What of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two, but it's not all doom gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of an Australian scholar, one of the students of Baldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet the scholar, if time permits. But first we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Emmerich has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Somnus, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know.
We'll team up.
Yeah, so the main plot point is going to be the whole Nidhogg situation, of course, but also finding our friends again. Those are the two main plot points of this part.
Just waiting.
What now?
Hopefully they're not just waiting for us to pick them up. That'd be.
I mean, Alphino's already confirmed that like they fled. So.
Right.
And by the way, They mentioned that Philomene went to Razatan. Razatan is the capital of Favner, which is a significant location for a lot of the glamours and a lot of the jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, but we haven't actually explored Favner yet. Except until Endwalker. Because we're finally going to explore Favner and actually go into Razatan in
so Endwalker. We don't even have everyone back yet by that time.
No, we have everybody back by that time. It's just that like they just mentioned the location. But she comes back from that location. We don't actually go to that location to pick her up. Yeah, the Philomene comes back on her own accord. We don't actually go to Razatan. Razatan we go to in Endwalker. We haven't been there ever, so. But we always hear about it, and that's one of the main instances in which we hear about it. They always talk about Favner, so. It's so exciting because in Endwalker we actually finally get to explore Favner.
Finally, after all this time.
Exactly.
Something important to the plot finally gets shown.
Yeah, which is why I stated that fucking like plot points from A Realm Reborn are still yet to be shown off until Endwalker. So
lovely.
That's precisely what I mean.
Thank you for coming.
Oh,
I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new Archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited. Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Shrine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor? Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
I think I'm gonna turn up the volume, by the way. Just so that the character voices are gonna be louder. I know little of the lands these dragons call home, this annexed shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem far more daunting prospect. Yada yada, let's go.
Off we go.
Well, we need to talk to Tataru first. A diplomatic mission to Annex Shrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola in Idleshire. She'll be ready to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, our meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this color just happens to be... time permitting, as I said. We shall endeavor to join Y'shtola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our regards. Let us be off, Sonus. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. You ready? Good. So am I. Let's go. I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravonian soil would be at the head of an army, And here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Izael to our cause. I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Icewind. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service for that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino. Yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Luckily, there is also an annexed shrine, Aephorite, so I can just teleport there. I don't think I showed that off when we first came here, but it was probably hard to miss. It's right at the entrance. Here it is.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
never.
think I've ever seen that.
I never really pointed it out. It's kind of hard to miss, but at the same time, if you don't, if you're pointing out everything, it's kind of like the Goku in the background meme, where like you're just pointing out something else, but you'll never notice that Goku's in the background. Even though that's the big thing, the odd man out there. Just because you're directing people's focus everywhere elsewhere. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Izael. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, Knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth, that King Forden and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Retatosker, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the warrior flight, the Azure Dragoon, and Izael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could be at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Izael once did, and we must make that dream a reality, as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, Knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Naf grow bold, ever as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on the peace for want of patience. Ha! Fear not, Knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, then we shall continue on to Charlian. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. and I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was. And thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only see the fates will not hold you to your word. Alright, back onto Idleshire. To meet this scholar friend. Oh fuck! I just realized I teleported to Mordona.
Oh, you got that.
Whoopsies!
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory. We played Realm Reborn way too long. Yes. Idleshire is where we're supposed to go. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I look at Mordona and like, hey, wait, were we already here? Were we just here?
It took me way too long to realize I clicked on the wrong button. Alright. Ah, Somnus. Good, 'tis good to see you. I confess, I had assumed your business in Annex Shrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidofnir go well? As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Emmerich's proposal with Herzfelger, of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlemagne guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked that if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. We're about to meet a pretty fun character, by the way.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir. And who is that I spy but young Alphino Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
We, Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
Yeah. Former classmates.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap
See
we
what I
should
mean?
save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
You see what I mean? This is a fun character.
Beat up Alpha No.
A bit much, but better.
Movie time.
I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
So another thing that's cool is that Cryle is also a character from Final Fantasy V. Yeah.
This is a callback to that game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, outfit and all, I think, as well. I think the only difference is that, like, Lalfels didn't exist in Final Fantasy V, and she was just a short person. But her being a Lalfell in this game is a good reference to the Chibis, in the SNES days. Chibi character portraits, or character, representations on the world map. I think you so eloquently put Toaster Hands as the PS1 representation of that sort of style.
Toast the hands are superior to any other Final. Toast the hands are better in every iteration of Final Fantasy. If they made them all toast the hands, it'd be the most popular game series of all time. The argument is invalid against my toaster hands.
You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I most certainly don't see a cave nearby. Especially Matoya meeting us on the way or something. You see, the story... The situation's a little complicated. We have to knock on the door.
Perfect. The anti-social.
Oh. Is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Cryle, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Oh, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Cryle, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which served to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain. The foot of Sohm Ar. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
Ah, yes, my mom knows how to knock, but my dad doesn't.
Lovely.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Right, so we learned that Thancred was spat out into the base of Salmal, so around Dravanian Forelands. That's where he was spat out. So, to tell if ever we go to find him. What now?
I say, haha, very convenient to pop the map we already explored.
Exactly.
Oh, man, dude, it's like some odd Mr. B is controlling everything that's going on.
Well, the thing is that, like, this is a patch quest. This is... So they can't add more areas. So that's the big reason why they had to spit Fank right out here. But as well as the fact that, like, you underestimate the distance between here and Old Ah. Like, if we take a look at the world map, yeah, that's quite a fucking distance. Yeah, that's like basically the entire fucking continent that he was teleported across. So, for all intents and purposes, yeah, this being the place where he spat out, like, makes sense perfectly. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Fankred chosen to remain under forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Cryle. I've already prepared several sketches of Fankred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory. A skill I acquired from some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. I propose we split into two pairs. Y'shtola and I will inquire at the outlying encampments, while Somnus and Cryle will question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Lost Astvar and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. Yeah, Alphino can draw, by the way.
Hey.
Yeah, he can draw.
Yeah. Definitely kind of it. Definitely not a skill that would, you know, necessarily need to be said. But, you know. Interesting.
My.
See if they use it in the future.
Yeah. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies.
Oh.
There's the reason. That's the real reason. He wanted to be Jack from Titanic.
Yeah, good freaking luck. That's not gonna work.
He didn't watch the ending of Titanic. That's why. He just stopped at the car scene. He stopped at the car scene. He's like, I gotta learn to draw now. Drawing's gonna get me laid.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, that's cute.
Yeah, that is adorable, actually. Anyway, we had best get started. Find me when you're finished making your rounds. He wanted to be Jack from Titanic, but he didn't watch the ending. He just stopped at the car scene.
Oh, I gotta draw. I gotta get on the waves.
Searching for a friend of yours? Well, let's have a look then. Alphino's sketch. Have you seen this man? No, I ain't seen him around, sorry. What's that you got? A sketch? Can't say not a face. You say he's something of a warrior. I heard a tale the other day about a Huron vagabond who brought down a bandersnatch by himself. And with style. The way they tell it, he was dancing like the beast. The way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the bell of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? Bandersnatch, by the way, is this sort of chimera lion type dealio. In truth, it would be very fucking scary to fight. A Huron man? No, we're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river, to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks. See, that, and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others found. This right here is a Bandersnatch. By the way. It's very scary looking. Of course I can one-shot it, but...
If you're driving in a flying tank, so less scary.
My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it would be wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build matched Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. So you have heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a vast trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed a rather curious description from one of his kind. You are implying that Thancred sent a Vaft to market in his stead. Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the rice stream as naked as your namesake. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred himself, found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vaft, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right, Cryo, quite right. Great hunters! We welcome you once more to FFXIV. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you have had certain dealings. How curious! The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he is not a prey, but a friend long missing. Good, good. He's a friend to the Ref as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly? And you are quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Somar, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was, much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Lafas Naf, not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned their god once more. Ravana has returned? Vidofnir did say that the Naf had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Naf claim him as a sacrifice! Alright, rescue mission time.
And beat up God again.
Exactly.
And we need to rush him. I'll be back in a sec.
I'll actually take this time to do that as well.
I'm good.
You back yet?
Yep.
Okay, let's go.
Who else could be? Thancred! It could be Thancred! We must hurry!
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not! So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea. It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
They seem nice.
Drop kick.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light, for we are the warriors of darkness, walkers of a different path.
Shush.
And we shall meet again.
These are actually really cool characters. Believe me, please. To be fair, they're only...
I just like the reveal.
What now?
I like the reveal.
Yeah.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Really, they're cool people, trust me. Granted, like, it's only until Shadowbringers that they become really, really cool. But, still.
Oh boy, I'm not complaining. I just like the reveal here.
Thancred, are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Yeah, also thank her back. Look! Look at his glow up!
He's wearing less clothes now. This is an eye patch. Was that an eye patch?
Yeah.
Ah.
Not an intentional one, it's just to cover up his eye.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
He grew stubble, by the way. He grew stubble, got a tan, his hair's longer, got a huge makeover.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether.
I remember this image so fucking well, man.
I'm screenshotting that for that.
No, there's gonna be plenty of screenshot moments, trust me. You got your screenshot, my guy?
Yep, it's even in the freaking chat. Let's go.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
Okay, take your next screenshot.
I like how they keep putting the freaking scroll.
It's a nutkin. It's the censorship nutkin.
As you do.
Yeah. Take your screenshots.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
Here's another one. Oh. I think we're done. Fuck.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke.
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement.
Hey, he even used those exact words.
From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed warriors of darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the warrior of light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
By the way, I don't know if I have it actually, but the Nutkin is a minion. I don't know if I have it though. Let me see. Nut. Yep, I do have it. Inspired.
I like some screenshots. You can put it on your head.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the screenshots have them sit on your head or shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Inspired by the words of Milith Ironheart, this daring squirrel longs to travel the realm in search of the legendary golden acorn, and hopes that trailing
this is an Ice Age reference.
and hopes that trailing in your shadow will ensure that he isn't eaten before he discovers the motherlode.
Is this an Ice Age reference?
Let's see. That Nutkins are infamous for being shy and timid creatures shows that this brave beastkin comes complete with a pair of iron acorns on him. and it was very much essential in covering up Thancred's iron acorns. So very essential. I'm gonna have him out. No, I'm not gonna have him out. That would be embarrassing. Blessed with the power of the echo, and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scout the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Ida and Papolino found Somnus. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. 'Twould imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Emmerich's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance in the search for Minfilia. Wait, Minfilia is missing? I thought she escaped with Somnus. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. How convenient that there's a hole in the ceiling I can fly up, by the way. Actually, probably isn't really a convenience type thing, more so it's just the dragons did that because they fly.
Broke the door.
Yeah. Well, also because the staircase is probably too small for them. Yeah, the
Probably
staircase
tried to go off and gave up and decided to break the ceiling.
Yes, exactly. Why go through the door if you can make your own doors, huh?
Hey.
I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who has been summoned by the Naf, has been laid low. Again. Truly? Once more, you mortals have succeeded where mine and own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take the credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Naf will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardians' invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed, and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or for all. Such is the folly and the glory of man, and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Emmerich's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey onto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It's happening, Azael. Would that you were here to see it.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emmerich was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Right. Let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You have given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Ishgardians and Dravanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there's no end to our troubles. We can but face them head-on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you, as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalymo and Vinfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray, do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it was be otherwise. I merely wish that I had rejoined our grand adventure as one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. So then, to the congregation! You have returned. In this at least the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Ah, is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The chirurgeons tell me he will make a full recovery. But had Lord Edmont and Lord Artois not been at hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land a telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. There were thousands of fires, but for every one we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassins' co-conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there's a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alfredo and Mistress Yostola, I would have you take charge of the investigation and foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Tataru can be of assistance as well. I mean, it's Somnus and me get the pillars. Oh, and they'll like me up there. The only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Sacred of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. And may I say, what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. Scion, eh? And I was thinking I'd found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Well, we could begin by sifting through the charred rubble and questioning random passerby. In my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye! The infamous Lord Emmeline de Fortans, lover of women and wine. They'll never care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestions on this. He'll be at the Crozier and most like making an effort to be seen. So let's go and see him. Grizzled. I will accept it, but old. They call Thancred old. She called Thancred old. Hilda called Thancred old. Yeah.
Okay, how old is he canonically anyway?
He's like late 20s.
That's what he gets.
Yeah, like most of the Scions are like in their 20s, so.
Perfect.
I think the oldest one is Sid. Sid is at the ripe old age of 43.
To be fair, that's pretty old.
Actually, I don't know if it's 43 or like some other age, but I remember he's not actually that as old as he seems, because he seems like he's like 60, yeah?
Yeah, he looks pretty old.
Yeah, hold up, let me...
He has white hair and everything.
Let's see, where is Sid in these, here, where is he? There's actually a file on him that you can collect. There he is. 34!
Safe! Oh my god! You need to lay it down on the freaking... You need to lay it down, man.
To be fair, his...
Take a break, oh my god.
To be fair, his hair is naturally white.
He needs to get some dyes, and he'll look younger.
Yeah, his hair is naturally white, and like, come on, like we live in a universe where hair can be naturally purple, okay? So.
Okay, yeah, but seriously, he has that old man vibe anyway.
He's 34.
he needs to remove that old man vibe, and yeah, then he's good to go.
Yeah. I think he is just straight up the oldest one in the Scions as well.
That's great.
I knew he was young, but like younger than he seemed. But I didn't know he was that much younger than he seemed. Holy shit! Well, well, if it isn't Somnus, dearest of all my friends, you're looking rather glum. What's the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, Fat. And awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Emmerich's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. Might you, while you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment. I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I will have you know, my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you have remained unconvinced. Very well. If you will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees at the Hoplon, Somnus, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. I see she has the utmost confidence in Thancred's martial abilities.
Nice.
Let's speak with some of these refugees. Unruffled refugee. Ours was one of the homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. Come, my brothers and sisters. There's food and shelter enough for all in the Basilica. Halone's blessings be upon you, Father. I confess, we were not sure if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Emmerich and the Trevanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, sir? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good! This madness has gone on for far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere, and it was so hot and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We will require more than the muddy testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near Saint Raymond's Cathedral, and another near the Tribunal. For our mercy, neither source suffered significant damage. Some may say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the 2 occasions when their target was a bastion of Asgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. Jump! Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Somnus. I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke down. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You've got the wrong man! But you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped a leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types rarely do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you rabbit and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He's the one who told me to keep going! Even a sinner such as me could find salvation to the Fury's work, he said. I left it behind, tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day, like a good man. But he came to me! He came to me! And there you have it, Hilda. Might you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind him if he's limping when he gets there. That was incredible, Thancred. But how did you know he would confess? Well, I have seen his like before. A troubled soul, manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called you a bluff? Might we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord 12. Are you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Emmerich in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring his salve. This salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My lord, or 12, did not seem to be in the finest of spirits. 'Tis a little wonder, Master Alphino. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
He walks.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
This again.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms, then, friends. Time is against us.
he's taking after his half-brother Harshifon.
Probably.
It is. Alright. Back into the vault we go. I went the wrong direction, I think. Nope, nope. Still the right direction, just the long way. Listen well. We will enter the Basilica shortly via this gate, silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Fulford the 7th. Might the same be true for the rest? Given this witness with which they seized control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artura, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter, my shield will not break. Alone as my witness. We will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my friends. Friends, follow me. All right. Hey yo, Thancred's kind of fucking OP. You must hurry, the others were taken elsewhere by Sir Simeonard. Sir Simeonard is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. Where was Y'shtola going? I mean, I guess she's blind now, but still.
I tie a rope to her.
Down with you!
Oh no, you don't. It's over now. Rescue 2. They took me over somewhere. It all happened so quickly. To the choir.
You underestimate me.
Sir Simeonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and kinslayer! I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights! We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then. Lord Artuaro. Somnus, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. Alright, we gotta save the rest of the hostages. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. There must be others nearby, but where? Huh, where indeed, actually. Ah, there they are. Oh, fuck! We were almost too late. Look at the poor soul. Almost dead.
Right.
Oh, I gotta find the last one then.
This knight does not yield!
Alright, took down your boss. You can all go home now. You must hurry. The priest took Melee upstairs and he saw you kill Sven. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he? Come no closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
What? But I...
Vidafne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment?
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Freysfelder?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Dravanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of horsifying you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
This has been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity he lit off near could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well timed scarcely does it justice, but 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that these guardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich's words. Well, 'tis only meet them that I informed Tatru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fort Tom's Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tatru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without us saying goodbye. A moment, Somnus. I wish a word. Tell me, does Fankert seem quite well to you? He definitely held his own in the vault. He totally fucking held his own. One shot a guy right in front of my eyes. That he did, which is especially remarkable given the injury to his eye. I can only assume that his time in the wilderness afforded him ample opportunity to compensate for his impairment. However, I speak not of his physical state, but rather his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suggest that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Fankert may no longer be able to wield magic. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still a little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Cryle may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? She's right though. Fankert can't use magic anymore. In fact, in Shadowbringers, I guess not really a spoiler, it's everywhere in the promotional imagery, but Fankert changes his job from a rogue to a gunbreaker. And he used the gunbreaker job, not the same way we do. So remember when I talked about, like, ether cartridges and the cartridges giving us burst strikes, right? Well, the way we are able to make use ether cartridges is that we draw them from our enemy. as we fight them, we draw ether from them, basically suck away them, so we can condense them into cartridges to use against them. That's kind of how we use gunblades, as in the Warrior of Light. But Thancred can't do that because he can't use magic anymore. So he relies on pre-made ether cartridges, which is why in his Shadowbringers design he has an ammo belt. He specifically, explicitly has to reload his ether cartridges every time he uses them. Also why he chose the gunblade to begin with, was to compromise for his inability to use magic. He had to get more powerful strikes and his knives just weren't cutting it. So he had to use his gunblade. He had to use the gunblade instead. And instead of drawing ether cartridges, he had to make do with pre-made ones and reload them every time he used them. Which is really fucking cool. Yeah.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit
oh yeah,
for
this
a true
is the quest
knight.
we get this.
An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
Yeah, this is the quest we get it. Can't use it as a dragoon, unfortunately, but I mean.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince Houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count? But then I thought of my brother. A knight lives to serve, to aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Haurchefort. Will you be a brother to me as well? Come, Emanelaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard. To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortemps, Heavensward. As goes light, so goes darkness. Alright, that was patch 3.1. And from here on out, patches. What now?
I'm gonna have to go eat, so good time to end patch anyway.
Well, I mean, there's still a cutscene, so.
Yeah.
This is thy proof. The Gearn Oracles? Apocrypha. It is a truth long forgotten. A tale of the beginning, and of the path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Well? Everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Rauger, it better be. We cannot stay here forever, Ada. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Every one. Alright.
Right.
Yeah, you can leave for food now. I actually want to leave for food as well, so.
Okay, meet back at, let's just say 1 hour, 6:20.
6:20, I mean, sure.
I don't know, I'll probably be done before that.
I'll probably be done before that as well. As soon as possible, let's just make it that.
Just, 6:20 max.
Yeah.
If not, say something.
Yep. Alright, so. Yeah, gonna go take a shower, go eat, maybe. And, I was on my knees. And yeah, I will BRB. Put up the BRB screen. feel food in my mouth. Oh fuck, I forgot to, I got for something. Grab it again. Okay, now I'm back. I just forgot something. I think... I don't know if Stonks is back yet or not. But we'll wait. We'll wait for him. In the meantime, let's see, what is the, what does the FC do? Yeah. Nothing much. Okay. I don't think I can really do much of it and just wander around for now. While we wait. I sense Stoss will be back in due time. That was a good time to eat a banana. I got a banana here to eat. Also, bless the Lord, by the way, because karaoke should be happening right now, but thanks to all the gods in the world, it is quieter this time. I've been seriously considering soundproofing my room and getting acoustics and whatnot, but I guess that's not really much of a problem now. Now I stress, by the way, but at the same time, like, I don't know, I just stepped outside. It was a pretty good volume for karaokeing outside. At the very least, I can barely hear it through my headphones, and the mic is not picking it up at all, which is great. Hold on. I don't think I can teleport to Regis. Oh, I can. No, I can't. Oh, damn. You don't trust me. Oh, that's what I was here. Anyways, we have a few major patches left for Heavensward. Or more accurately, Dragon Song scenario quest, yeah? As goes light, so goes darkness is the patch name of 3.1. What was the patch name of 3.2 again? Because we know... Was it Litany of Peace? Huh. Because, like... Excuse me. I guess Litany of Peace was the name of the finale. Huh. I think this is our next patch quest for those we can yet save. I think that's the name of the whatnot. of the patch, yeah. But truth be told, I don't really know. I don't really follow patch names too much, unless it's like among the most recent ones, and these were years ago. There are a couple ones I'm really fucking excited for though. I'm especially excited for the conclusion of the Warriors of Darkness storyline. So that leads directly into Shadowbringers almost. Oh, not directly, but yeah. I think it was I mean, Shadows of the First. But is it really? Well, Shadows of the First is like the finale of that like mini arc. Don't think we ever. I don't think the ending of that was the ending of the. Oh wait, no, it was. Because, or maybe? No, not really. I don't think so. Wow, it's actually kind of hard. I do know that 5.5 is Far Edge of Fate. And I remember it because that's the album name of all the patch LSDs introduced post Heavensward is the Far Edge of Fate. Far Edge of Fate is also a recurring phrase throughout Stormblood, and even in the Endwalker trailer they said Far Edge of Fate. Then we got the Stormblood ones, and then post Stormblood there's just straight up post Stormblood. God, I remember for Stormblood there's Under the Moonlight. That's 4.1, I think. 4.5 is definitely a Requiem for Heroes. I'm not just saying that because that's the end. I'm saying it's because that's what it is.
Right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Just thinking of how much quests we have left. Surprisingly enough, not many until Stormblood, actually.
That's good.
Yeah.
And we got 1.5 pods left or so?
Until Stormblood, yeah. Alphino, Somnus, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Philomene, Hoary Boulder, and Coltonay. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Science's good name has been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Linsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And you don't mind being spied on. Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that a reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred and Cryo. What brings the two of you here? Cryo and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Somnus, when you were fleeing Uldal with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, and I see no reason to suspect it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such an intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Somnus felt the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Cryo and I will infiltrate into Castrum and analyze the ether therein. The two of you? Alone? I've proven knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies to in which to hide Cryo while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Somnus come along, who will see to Philomene's grand homecoming? When you put it like that. Very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tartaru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrade's return. Might I impose upon you to meet with him at the Livingston docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Limsa.
So we already have 2 more coming back.
3. Literally all that's left is Minfilia, I think. Well, Ida and Papalymo are stuck somewhere, so. But we know they exist. Well, Limsa's a lot more crowded than usual. I guess we came here during peak hours, because there's so many people here. Holy shit!
Of course, all of them just staring around as always.
I mean, that is the MMO gameplay you pay for, is to stand around and AFK.
The life.
That is the MMO gameplay we all pay for every day. Or month. Here we go. Our friends. Oh, Somnus! How have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Fact the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tartaru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard the Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltene? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance. But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. One problem. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Yeah. Forgive me. I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Fankert must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and keep busy in the meantime. For certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit! To the Scions! And a long overdue reunion! Huzzah! Well, there you have it! To the Rising Stones! It's interesting that they came here dressing like that, by the way. But it looks like there's another cutscene, so I'm gonna shut up.
Okay.
I'll mention it later, trust me. Well, that is an amazing disguise.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know.
I don't think you've favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Uldar. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every scions. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
That's the backstory, yeah. So it's interesting that Philomene came here from Mazatlan in wearing back. Because one of the big things about Fafnir is that it is hot. Very much so hot. God fucking damn it. Well, someone's bound to be wearing it in Limsa of all places, so I'll find someone wearing the Fafnirian garb. Because, yes, we have actually experienced everything except for actually being in Fafnir when it comes to Fafnirian shit. We've seen outfits from there, we've seen people from there, we've heard of it many times. Hell, Dancer is a job that originates from Fafnir. And yet, we've never actually been to the fucking place. Actually, originally, it was planned that we would go to Fafnir in Stormblood, actually. But people figured that, that the Far East was a more interesting location. Because we blend. So, I'm just curious, like, are there any Kakko sluts out here wearing the fucking Fafnirian outfit? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to exit out of New Game Plus mode. Okay, alright, fine. Suspend just for now. So it's interesting. Fafnir is indeed very fucking hot. And to prove that to you, this is one of the... Really? I can't wear this as a guy. I guess that should show you how skimpy it is. Yeah, I guess that should prove how skimpy it is. I can't wear it as a guy. Wow. Well, here's the guy version.
I see.
Yeah. It is a warm climate indeed. Very much based off of like
Middle East.
Yeah, Middle East.
Middle East before the Muslims.
Yeah, before the Muslims. It's like basically think Aladdin aesthetic. Actually, Aladdin aesthetic is the perfect way to put it. Anyways, this girl right here is wearing the Fafnirian tights. And as you can see, it's basically just underwear with a little fancy stockings. So, yeah, it is a point that it is a very hot out there, and typical Fafnirian garb shows a lot of skin. So it's actually interesting that Philomene, Hori Builder, and Coltonay arrived wearing full plate armor and like 5 layers each. So like
clearly bought some clothes.
They either bought some clothes or they came to Fafnir like that. Which, I mean, again, Muslim, so it makes sense as well that that would also be some Fafnirian garb. But, I mean, they must have been cooking.
Yeah.
It feels good to be home again. Yes. I don't think they'll... I think if I talked to Hori Builder or someone like that, like, they would have probably mentioned how hot Fafnir would have been. Anyways, here's a fat chocobo too, by the way.
Perfect!
It is a fucking chonker.
Nugget.
Indeed.
Okay, can that one fly though?
What now?
Big chocobo.
The fat chocobo? Of course.
Oh, perfect!
Of course it can fly. Why wouldn't it fly?
You use a fishing rod to
You lead it like you would a pig in Minecraft. You use a you use a carrot on a stick. Although in this case, it's Geishel greens on a stick.
Amazing.
Because it's fucking fat. Like, stupidly overfed. Like, chocobos are mounts for a reason, okay? They're mounts because they have a high metabolism. So, that fat chocobo's stupid fat. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born from a foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphinaud. I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Papalymo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, there will be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Alright, time to go back to Idleshire. By the way, I haven't actually fully explored Idleshire in front of you, have I? It's a pretty neat place. It is home of the Gobbies, after all, so it would be a pretty neat place indeed. One of the few areas you can actually...
Bagpipe ear rape every single time we come in.
Yes.
No other way to see it.
What now?
No other way like it. You're right.
I mean, I could turn down the sounds or the music or something. Okay.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, fine. Anyways, so interesting thing. This is one of the few sanctuary or city locations where you can use your mount. Interestingly enough, you can't fly here, but you can use your mount regardless, and that is a rarity to see, indeed.
Like bigger than all the other ones.
Huh?
Location larger than all the other cities.
Oh no, it's not. Oh no, like hell it is. It's way smaller than Ishgard, I can say that much for sure. It's way smaller than Ishgard and is infinitely smaller than some of the Stormblood cities. And like, I think Shadowbringers has nigh the biggest city out of all of them, or at least biggest single zone city, and none of them you can mount in. To be fair, I think the reason why you can use your mount here is because initially this wasn't actually a city area. None of this shit was developed. When Heavensward first came out, they made it a point to make Idleshire look decrepit and abandoned because, for all intents and purposes, it was indeed decrepit and abandoned. It was only until subsequent patches came out when they added shit to it, like added entire new buildings and shit like that. So,
it's just it doesn't really walk any.
Why not?
So with all the patches, it doesn't really work with the whole abandoned aesthetic.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you had to walk everywhere and it's all empty and not really a city, then like, you know, it just kind of doesn't work. So, but they made it a fully fledged like settlement now. As you can see with all the construction happening and all the people around here, I'm running through certain areas that just weren't here before, actually. Like this whole entire outlet here. I don't think you could access this before. This little fountain here you could never access. And there are some other choice areas as well. You're able to ride mounts on here too, because it's seen as sort of the Mordona of Heavensward. Because this is where you get all your level 60 gear and whatnot. So, yeah. My apologies. I see I am at the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexamined disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima Weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of All, when I believe Heidelin shielded me from with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde Aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. But there's more. When I studied the site where you still use flow, it appeared that not 2, but 3 beings had been affected. Unlike Yshtola and Fankred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in the sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Yshtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic. that she might summon her, body and soul, into the ethereal sea. In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exist. I speak of the Antitower, a Ashalian construction conceived to provide followers a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid again. And it seems that is the case. The Antitower. I'll give you 2 guesses as to what it is.
Tower.
It's barely a spoiler word to say it's an upside down tower.
Oh! Ant Tower. Oh. Didn't see the eye. Ant Tower. Okay.
Ant Towers.
Okay, this is... Discord does not let me freaking see words, apparently.
Compression. You gotta thank compression for that, man. You really gotta.
Yeah, I still can't read any of the words.
What now?
Seeing the freaking subtitles and all the cutscenes still, because of that.
Hold on. I might be able to remedy that by upping the font size.
Might help.
What now?
Might help a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see here. Accessible.
What is it now?
What now?
What's the font size now?
Well, I'm looking for that right now.
You really don't have it. It should be like the first thing that pops up.
Oh, you would be surprised. Yeah, you gotta thank Discord compression and the fact that I can't stream 4K on Discord without paying them $10 a month. You better fucking thank that, man.
It says log. No, that's colors. It says it's in log details.
What now?
It says it's in log details to change the font.
In logs?
Log details? And character configuration.
Oh, this is for the chat. This is for chat.
Ah.
Yeah.
Is the event one?
Event's still for event chat. It's for event chat. It's for this.
Okay. Guess I can't change it.
I guess so. Here. This might help. This might help. It's gonna make it impossible for me to play because everything's covering everything.
You can just push it back,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, since everything is covering everything, but I mean,
That's not worth it.
yeah, you better thank Discord for that, by the way, because the stream should be fine, and yeah, I think it's just Discord's compression.
At least 1080 over there, man.
Yeah, because like I can't stream in HD unless I fucking get Nitro.
You know, you freaking make it so the server gets upgraded.
It is like actually kind of frustrating that like that's how Discord is, but whatever. Because I asked you before if you can read the log window, and you said you could read it perfectly fine.
That must have been the stream bed. I try to use Discord because, you know, picking lip sync is...
Yeah, you probably were looking at the stream for that.
Yeah, that was probably when I was using the stream.
Yeah.
It's not using Discord because picking lip sync.
Yeah, can you see it here? Or...
Stream is fine, Discord no.
Stream is fine, Discord no? Okay, then it's just Discord's fault then. Because Discord is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Okay, well that is frustrating. I don't want to spend $10 a month for just that.
Excellent. I'll just use the stream, and then whenever there's a cutscene.
Whenever there's a voice cutscene, you'll switch over.
Yeah.
That might be soon, actually. Oh, never mind. Oh, what a surprise! Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you may grant us entry to the Antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the Ethereal Sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the place. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted me the title. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such as the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. Somnus can go. Take the magicless rogue too, if you like. He's no use to me. The rest of you stay and work, and I'll hear no argument. Those are my terms. Oh, and I should be delighted to accompany you. Lead the way, Somnus. Thancred, no. Your etheric flow has been compromised. Do not deny it. To venture into an environment so thick with ether, so close to the Ethereal Sea, would be to risk further impairment. Or worse. But Minfilia could be in there waiting for us! And you could die. And for what? If she is waiting beyond, Somnus will find her. Trust in him. Have faith. Damn it all. Bring her back to us. Okay, here we go. Into the Antitower. I can solo this one. This, what we're about to go into, by the way, is a huge reference to Final Fantasy IV, so I'm excited. Oh no! I turned it off again! Take me back! Take me back! I skipped the cutscene on accident.
Well, it's supposed to be the cutscene.
It's supposed to just be the establishing shot of the Antitower.
See.
Yeah. I forgot I turned skip cutscenes on again. Because fucking I did some other things while you were away. The Antitower. There we go! That's supposed to be the twist. It's an upside down tower! Anyways. Also, the music's really fucking good. Listen to it. I thought that said change briefcase. Oh, this is where it gets good.
Briefcase clearly.
Really like this music. It had a tinge of traditional fantasy and went back to being Final Fantasy. Zuro Rago! A master of this place. Or this beginning place, I guess. The inside of the tower. It looks something out of a Disney-style fever dream, doesn't it? It looks like that one scene from Dumbo, doesn't it? Or that one scene where Pinocchio took drugs. I'm not kidding about that one, by the way. Look it up.
Oh, I don't even remember watching that one.
And then we have Ziggy! Ziggy's a fun one. A fun character, because he's a Spriggan that shows up in Easter events, I believe. We'll fight him here. And then we just killed him. Yeah, safe to say that after this patch, there was no Easter quest where he appears.
Killing him.
May he rest in peace. Wind up soldiers, by the way. They're cute because they're a reference to the Black Mage sprite from Final Fantasy I. The famous Black Mage sprite. There's a whole plethora of them. Yeah, there's actually a more overt reference to that sprite, but it's in an optional quest. So. Awesomely enough, you can also say that every time you see a reference to the Black Mage sprite, you could say it's a reference to Vivi from Final Fantasy IX as well. Because he is just straight up just fat. Like, literally his character design is just fat.
See him a lot, everywhere. Right.
They are cute little things. Well, not little, really, because they're like the size of me. They're like 5 foot. They're like 5 foot tall, each of them. So like, not necessarily, you know, little things. Although speaking of little things, this next little thing is not gonna be that cute. We are Calcabrina, adorable dolls, terrible dolls, yip ho ho. Alright, so this is straight up just a Calca and Brina boss fights. Or fights, it's a singular fight from Final Fantasy IV. That fight was annoying in Final Fantasy IV, and it's annoying here. Oh hey, I can insta-kill them, thank God. They don't deserve to live for longer than 2 seconds. I say that, but literally the mechanic is the more you kill, the more futile it is. Because they combine together. There we go. I actually do want to take care of this very fast. Like now. Like it should die, like now. Please, die. There's a mechanic that turns you into a doll, and I don't want to be turned into a doll. Okay, there we go. Adorable, isn't it? Yikes. Anyways.
Hear, feel, think. Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Thank the 12! Did you find her? Did you find Minfilia?
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No. No, this is all wrong.
I hope this doesn't spoil anything, but that scene is awkward to watch, knowing what I know from Shadowbringers.
Okay, so she comes back.
No?
Oh, okay.
I don't want to spoil it, but it's awkward to watch that scene, is what I'll say. Again, knowing what I know from Shadowbringers. It's awkward. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Philomene. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Somnus, after all you've done, I would say you have earned a rest. Ah, but speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a message from Sir Emmerich while you were away. Twould seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. mayhap you should pay him a visit.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change. "'Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing." Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Alright, to Falcon's Nest we go. Oh, I forgot that the polar bear was a mount.
There.
Here, mount guide. Let's see. There.
So small.
What now? Oh no, it's
small.
it's small on his character because he's a small character.
Ah.
I'm a big character, so this is my polar bear mount. See, very much different in size. He's so fluffy, isn't it? And he even does this.
No.
Yeah, he chilling, man. He chilling. The Lord Commander said you would come, Somus. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark below the curtain above. It conceals relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to make sure it's finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol with which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. 'Twas not my war, but I didn't mind, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. You good, man?
Rest. Accepted.
Oh, now the Heavensward quest theme is stuck in your head now?
Change it, Shadowbringers.
They change it every expansion, I already said that. So it's
Can't
fine.
wait for each one to get stuck in my head.
It's been a while since I've heard the Stormblood one though, so it'll be a breath of fresh air once we go into the Stormblood one. It's fairly unobtrusive compared to this one, so. But then again, it could just be that like I played half that expansion with like 50% music, so, and I have the BGM set on 100% this time, so it could blast my ears as well. By the way, quest complete. In a little bit. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Arturel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage in any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury, take me! They would defy Sir Emmerich's commands if they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten there to the encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a house. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Forton present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Elaine while I'm away? As you know, he has ever been more an impulsive, changeable child. But recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, but a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. There it is. I mean, you can't deny it's good music, isn't it?
Yes, but it'll never stop.
That's because we're just blasting through these quests constantly. Here, I'll read through the dialogue here so that we have a little buffer until the next one. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Archwell thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guests to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come, Monorai. I must return to my rounds.
Wait.
Oh dear. Do be careful, my lord. I can turn down the music if it's still.
Ever.
Okay. Alright.
We'll die with this music.
It wouldn't be so much of a problem if we weren't like barreling through these, because like each patch cycle only has like 10 quests to do. So hold on. Ah. Oh, that was a big one. Ugh. Somnus Eterna, Wolves Disbane, it pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Fakrid, was it? He was asking for you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be there. How far away is this? Well, I mean, it's not the entire continent, but I guess it's... Why would you lead him this far away? Oh, he's actually here! Fancy meeting you here, Somnus. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us.
point to him getting back faster than us, even though he's not flying.
Oh, to be fair, like... Well, actually, I could just go back there, like, instantly by just teleporting there.
And he'll still get there before us.
No, he will, yes. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, you reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there's not left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, and this should go, of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Artwell wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on, Sumnus. I'll join you in on.
Welcome, welcome! Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
One of the few times I take off my helmet indoors, by the way. And it's to drink a cup of coffee. Yeah, I actually drink it.
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Uh-oh. We get assassinated!
You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs. This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Hallone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future, my flesh and blood, my heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
By the way, we're about to have a really big anime moment.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
Not that, please.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
You just got hit in the arm.
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death
But you just got hit in the arm.
Oh dear.
So she's trying to make a dramatic point.
Choices, nobleman. You will take no more from
Got hit
me.
in the arm.
No
She would have
more.
actually died.
More.
Again, she's trying to make a dramatic point. Shush!
Still funny though.
Well, that'll be the one to do it. I don't think this is any laughing matter. If
What have
Okay,
you done?
how does this ring?
I only did as you ordered, my lord. I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
I dare say that could not have played out any worse. Given the first commander and the Lord Artuello are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with a messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, not more will be done. Lord Emmeline has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Again, she was trying to make a fucking dramatic point that she got shot for trying to say something. Even though what she was saying was entirely wrong. But regardless...
If she was let to live and just keep talking, then like nothing would have happened. Yeah, now she's dead, so now there's a point. People believe her.
Exactly. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The chirurgeons attended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. And for what? They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered. This will be the end of it. And will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I ever even can. I heard rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shove it up their asses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Also, another thing to be fair about is she was standing up there, everybody else was standing over here. Nobody would be able to tell that that was her arm that was hit. Everybody would have thought it was like somewhere in her shoulder or chest.
Still screaming though, so still alive.
Still alive, but fucking she was...
Shot her, of course.
Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester. One whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Artuel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emmeline. And I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since we last saw him. Also, it was her every intention to die as a martyr and, like, their every intention to, like, keep her alive. So...
Exit. You know, bad idea. Just leave her there screaming.
Yeah, pretty much. And to be fair, that was all on the guy with the bow and arrow. Entirely on him. There were, like, 15 other things he could have done.
It's called grab a guy, make him run all the way up there, and arrest her.
Yeah, exactly! Let's see.
Just too lazy, man. Don't want to take a little walk up the stairs, clearly.
It's a big staircase, but...
Yeah, man. Oh, easier to shoot her, right? Oh.
It's a big staircase, and you probably also have to climb up, like, some things as well, because I don't think it was just simply just the top of the steps that she was standing at.
It looks like it was on a wall.
Yeah, she was on top of a wall, so they would have had to climb up and grab her. But, I mean, anything would have been better than fucking shooting her. God damn. My apologies on this. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emmeline ordered shot. She and her co-conspirators, infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The chirurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protests, the people seem disillusioned. You spoke with him, then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust on me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and will do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them more than the promise that charge holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Somnus, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emmeline. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honoré. The manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Honoré? Honoré! I could have sworn he was... I mean, really, like, what you had to do would, like, climb all the way up here, and then, like, climb up the wall in order to get to her.
That's why they drugged you. the only guy who can do that.
The only person who can fucking fly up here, and they drugged me, yes! To be fair, it was her that drugged me, but still.
This is why you never go drinking alone, man. You never know if someone might drug you. You pop a co-conspiracy.
Fucking, that was the second time that's happened, too!
Yeah, you need to, just never drink alone, man. Really, this is what we learned here.
Literally the second time this has happened. Anyways, where the fuck is he? Oh, over here, probably. Yeah, there he is. Hey, what's wrong?
Onawa!
Oh, that's how you call it. That's how you pronounce it. I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole fucking time.
No, no. What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairujin without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Again, all the fault lays on the bowman, man. Okay? There were 15 other ways to have done that. It's not all your fault.
Blaming you because you're in charge.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
have overreacted, but it needed to be done. It was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this, but he... I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. You know, again, as much as we just said, like, barely any of it was really his fault, like, everybody had a choice in that confrontation. Anybody could have just waltzed up to her and said, "Hey, yo, stop it. You're spouting nonsense." And I think the point of the matter is that, like, he really could have just done it himself, you know? As opposed to ask someone else to stop her.
Well, hell, you know, just let it keep talking. Have been less of a problem stopping her.
She seemed like she was about done too, by the way. So like,
yeah, just let us talk, finish it up, and then, you know, everyone forgets about it because we did nothing to stop her.
Word of the demonstration in this resolution outstripped you, Sunless. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Some bullshit happened. If I were awake, none of it would have happened. I see.
Never drink alone.
I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were so poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what is this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for this and for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Erdmel, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past, without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur another disillusioned souls to retrace them. But, as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a better reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve us well, I fear. Yet we are not without options. Our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Orsian Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations, to test our readiness to meet a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but for me, perhaps a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard, in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment. A victory under such circumstances would serve as reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of free nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Elaine take part in the grand melee. By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Somnus, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of this duty. If he has not yet already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. So that is Vader's solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them? When the proposition is made, will you stand for Ishgard once more? I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then. The living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both of his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Oh, Lucia's already here. Well met, Somnus. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's request. So, Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select the knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he know? How considerate of Master Frankfurt to sink out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. So someone had a wind-up Ravana toy, and they were emoting with it. And so Ravana's whole shtick is that he's like sort of a general, right? He's very militant. He's also a bug. So what are the two things that this person emoted to their wind-up Ravana, you think? Well, he did this dance called the Bee's Knees to it. And he also sparred with it. Because there's a emote where you spar with someone. See, I'll just do it and see? You start to do a little boxing. So yeah, he did that to the wind-up Ravana, and I think that's adorable because, again, Ravana is sort of a general, grand general sort of character, so. Vanquist's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Cause we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, seems the first commander's gone and handpicked our guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? I can't do her accent. It's fucking impossible. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'll inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he is not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search Foundation, you the pillars. Of course he would be at what would be the equivalent to the mall here, by the way.
I mean, teenagers should.
What now?
I mean, teenagers.
Yeah, because it's the big shopping area, isn't it? You can do this emote too.
I've seen a lot of people do that.
Yeah. Anyways. I carried I already forgot how to pronounce it. How he pronounced it.
Mimon.
Honorable?
Mimon, I don't know. So the guy doesn't know how to pronounce anything to pronounce something.
I wasn't really asking. Alright, Enru, I think. I don't know. I carried him to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He has yet to wake, but surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand, would you? How could you? You are free to be the man you want to be. Whereas I am a son of House Forton, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was afraid of making the wrong choice, which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Ra, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, it was only me. Only me. You see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich, and I will make my own decision.
Lord Commander, if I may?
I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side. I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Gods help me. I think I might be in love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? 'Twas a look of boundless relief and joy. One would think a politician will practice at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does give him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held there. In the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, and inside of the capital. An announcement has been made, and Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, sons. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pitch yourself against Allied forces outside of Carcano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. This is gonna be fun, because, like, literally you are the single-handed person to turn the tides of battle here. Gates of Judgment. There he is, I say. When you didn't appear, I began to question nothing. Never mind. To think that we are mere moments away from facing the cream of Eorzea soldiery in the battle. That I am mere... But what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell on Roy. Oh my god, I'm already saying it the way I did before. Whatever. Let's just go. That's what it should be! It really is! Oh, I have to wear the Ishgardian garb. Fuck.
Ow.
Yeah, I have to wear the knight shit.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
The Grand Melee is a large-scale battle in which an allied company of Uldan, Gridanian, and Luminsin forces will be pitted against a company of Ishgardian forces. When a combatant is incapacitated, the opposing company will be awarded tactical points. The first company to attain the designated tactical rating of 100 points is declared the victor. During the Grand Melee, officiants may mark certain combatants with the Fury's gaze, which will be indicated by an imperial tether linking them to their company's flag. While defeating most combatants will award your company 1 tactical point, defeating marked combatants will award your company 10 tactical points. Marked combatants also possess enhanced attributes, rendering them more powerful and more difficult to defeat. That's not going to be a problem. Defending and defeating these combatants is the key to victory.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
All is ready then. Very well. Brave men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the Grand Melee begin!
Alright. Forwards.
Please, God!
Is that all you've got?
It ends here!
Right there!
Oh, yes! Oh, they gave me the tether, thank God! Oh, wait, but that's because it's scripted, fuck. Now time for a scripted fight. Cyclops! Cyclops, everyone on your guard! Our forces fall back!
You slap it once and it dies.
He didn't even slap it, he straight up just fucking uppercut it. He didn't even take out his knife.
Oh.
Continue the melee. I will deal with him. That's odd. You heard the man. Back to it. I still can't do her fucking accent, for Christ's sake. All forces form a line on Somnus, now! It's a fair fight. Well met. I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we dance? Damn it all! Don't worry, it's a fair fight.
Yeah.
I think I'm winning. I think I'm winning.
Brilliant.
Oh, I totally had him. Oh, I had him. Alright, take your victory.
Did he win? Then we...
Lost.
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought, my friend. You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
What actually is this? They just restarted.
I think they just restarted.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand.
But judging how...
I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed.
Then again, I find it very difficult to lose that. Considering how quickly we were mowing down enemies. So...
It's just like slapping
1,000
matches.
years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed,
You know, the person
we
was
are
slapping.
strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
The honor was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Raubarn. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Well, that made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Yeah, no. At least someone here acknowledges it. Oh.
You should.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you. And I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as your Stola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time. As Minfilia would have done.
Balls. I've forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the blood sands that have I had the privilege. Not since the bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge you your victory. I know how far you've come, how much you have endured. Our fight only confirmed it. Now, we shall have to do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ashgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Had a momentary lapse there. Said your goodbyes? In all the years I've known Roban, I cannot recall ever seeing him look so happy in defeat. Well, everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ashgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Eorzean alliance has been straightened in the process. Be proud, Somnus. You made this happen. You've earned the emote, learned the emote of victory. The fuck? Do you unlock that emote? I thought it was a default emote.
Gotta show how long ago since you last played.
It was. It does. It totally does. I totally thought that was a default emote. Holy shit. Oh! That means another certain emote that I was thinking about is also unlocked in the story, because it's very much tied to your victory stance. So, it's your battle stance. And that is not a default emote either. You unlock that in the story. And I just now remembered.
My lord!
Wait, how do you pronounce that again?
Honorwa, my boy.
Honorwa.
Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see.
Gross.
And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emmanuel, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
Alright. To Matoya's cave again. Oh, sorry, to Falcon's Nest. He's going to Matoya's cave.
Good expected boss fight, I guess.
What now?
Hall's probably gonna come in and ruin everything, isn't he?
Wait with Alphino for the ceremony to begin. There we go. Spot the main character.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Have I ever done otherwise?
Look!
The White Dragon!
Ah, how long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer. Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy. Life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
Father and his beloved, as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Your bow!
child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thornton? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. Till the coming of that day, look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
7 hells! Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Fair Vega, the last of the guests. Having come hither and with hope in their hearts, they departed with hatred and bloodlust. Until the moment I saw him strike, I still held some small hope that what you had seen in Azizwell was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For a mercy, Vidofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annick's shrine, to receive care from her brethren. We can but hope her recovery is swift. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Forden, but to his kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance, like a Stinian. When I wished to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisaged rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say, not to the warrior of light, or even my fellow scion, but to you, Somnus, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the intercessory at Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Well, we haven't been here in a while. Anyways, we knew that plot point was going to rear its ugly ass head again. It was only a matter of time.
I'm like, oh, he's definitely coming to ruin the party, man.
Yeah. It was only a matter of time, man. Heavensward and the Dragon Song War is never truly over until we killed Nidhogg, right? So.
Yeah, like, bro, like, he's the reason why it got so bad, man.
Exactly.
But, like, clearly
we started it, but he made it worse.
Yeah.
Forgive me. That took longer than expected.
I mean, in all fairness, I teleported here. You likely did not.
You seem puzzled. Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss.
Do I need to take off my helmet again?
It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I. In our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emeric and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emeric is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Oh, the memories. All the memories. We will find a way to save him.
We will. I know we will.
Thank you, Somnus. It is unfair of me to unburden myself in this manner. Time after time, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all of our fellow Scions will support our stance on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right, that is quite enough solemn introspection for one day. I think we would both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Four Toms Manor. But let's not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I'm reminded of when we first came to this manor. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and now it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear! Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Ida and Papalymo, or if we give up hope for bringing Minfilia back. Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understand the true nature of the star, of the rift between Zodiac and Heidelin, and of the Ascience's aspirations. But for all that to have been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. Oh, trust me, there is much you have yet to learn. In any event, I think it's time we step back from the fray and consider carefully our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy to triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. You've earned the emote battle stance.
So this is the other emote you're talking about.
Yes. Yes, indeed it is.
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still, to the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragon Song War.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Forton, Heavensward, The Gears of Change. Caution, Ida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. I'm gonna use the restroom real quickly because I feel like that's a good break point.
Okay, I'll go as well.
Yeah, that's patch 3.2, if you were wondering. Alright, bathroom time. Just quick. Alright. You back? Sounds like you just got back.
I opened the door and heard, "Did you get back?" So I just said yes. Yeah. So, yeah, basically.
Yeah, you just got back. Okay, alright. Oh god, I just realized, by the way, that Elizan names hard to pronounce, not just because they're French, but because French in of itself is hard to pronounce, because although it may look like English, it does not pronounce like English. Because English had this thing called the Great Vowel Shift, like a couple hundred years ago. So, and I don't think the French really had a Great Vowel Shift. So,
You just forced everyone to speak French.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the reason why a lot of English words are never pronounced how they're spelled. Because fucking, because of the fucking Great Vowel Shift. There's a reason why bows isn't boojus, cough isn't cow, enough isn't anu, etc, etc.
Society, man.
Ah, Somnus. There you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. I must ask you recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared, before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be allowed salvation. When you described his fateful transformation in Aziz's law, I feared for him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad am I that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let's not keep our honored colleagues waiting.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion, that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be saviour might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
When does he?
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then, Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
He's back!
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of a Dravani advance? Or mayhap they've equated that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelgr?
You're crazy.
I do. To whom else could we turn?
Still crazy.
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny. Nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... How shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelgr's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord. Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you.
The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Gonna check it. Okay. Speak with Sir Emmer. Oh wait, I just went clean past him.
See you running by.
Sorry, buddy, I didn't catch you there. It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmer. Somnus and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there's aught we can do to aid in salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task, then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Salmao. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgr at Zenith in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best that we pay a visit to Annex Shrine. You seeking an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences on our alliance. That part, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Forlands, then. Dravanian Forlands. Dravanian Forlands. There it is. Where's the stab wound? Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound... I can't believe I mispronounced that. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou fought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. And that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for Salmao, to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, Thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvelgr's heart remains unchanged, then. A pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way with thy kind. Gilvin, but be warned, the Shade's presence hath driven his minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Alright, let's go up. Scout ahead if you wish, Thomas. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Mogholm. There it is. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Azale yet walked on our side. Papa? Is that you, Somnus? If it isn't don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo! After all we've been through together! But at least you remember me! You do remember me, don't you, Somnus? Apologies, friend, but all Moogles look the same to me. Do I say that?
That's clearly Moglin.
It's Moglin, you say?
I'm trying to bet it's Moglin.
How could I forget you, Moglin? How could you mistake me for that overstuffed throne warmer? I'm Mughan! Yeah. That courageous Moogle who guided you through Zenith, Kubo!
Okay, I guess I'm wrong.
Apologies, friend, but all Moogles look the same to me. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Another audience with old Hraesvelgr. Well, I hope you've brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the Great Worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Mogholm. Thank you. We had best press off to Zenith, while the winds are in our favor. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chief Twin Moglin will want to hear about this.
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelgr. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people. Foresaw mine intent.
Lis echniteg kasmon ikini, lis nuan jas an esin, salem monanesh, undai in. Stapo ian initeg, shin hes iso, al nofa is. Seth kom initeg kinan, nosk delgan en.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope? I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Azel upon your back?
Holhes exkdier valsu, nesk an in eskba. An snarha us hesnesh, ikin en eran.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Snosk inletlai, nalosk asisan, egmon kin unaen.
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus, did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Segmon infin, sesk antis ekmon, kin al ud.
Damn, we got the cavalry and everything.
Sloskna, dyrkin illes, kol hest nar inish, dra or in. Darnideg, garjas, nosk in an, slisfa olkas, kain na.
Help us save our companion.
Wan nadran in ale is an wan in an on kinga. Al in on ulwota, smahes in sway in Ratatoska this die Slosk kin skor ich les imo.
A trial it is then. I believe I spied a wyvern. It's landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Heavensward spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Well, here we are. Sorkai. Heavensward's trial. Sorkai. Let's go! It looks like it's a pretty short dungeon, and not. Alright, well. Something cool is given to us, right? So, you see that enchanted fan. We'll kill it. When we kill it, I should say. We have to kill all mobs. Stand here. It gives you a haste effect.
Ah, that's nice.
Needed to kill these things. Or at least in a timely manner, because as you see, they are asleep, but they wake up after like 20 seconds after we hit them. But yeah, with the haste, with the haste we would normally be able to kill them before they woke up. Of course, I'm too strong to really make too much use of it, but whatever. Moglin, what are you? You and your ridiculous name won't make it past me, you foe. Bruh. He tried to stop us.
Oh my god, he had a different. He didn't say my name correct. I'm gonna beat him up.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, that's the chieftain, not the guy not the Moogle that we were talking to.
Oh, that's what that text was about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so these are eggs. They're about to hatch, and we kill these eggs before they hatch, so that we don't have to deal with the hatch that comes out of them. Otherwise, Bisping comes out. Okay, but like seriously, the soundtrack has been nothing but stellar so far.
Yeah. Yeah, that's expected of this.
Here we fight a Pegasus. I don't know why we fight a Pegasus. Actually, no, I do think I know why we fight a Pegasus. I think it's symbolic of something that happened 1,000 years ago when Rathafasker died. Whatever, it's dead. You move to an answer of shame. An answer of shame.
Soleil in
Ice Bridge. Lizard.
Soleil in
Okay, here's the funny thing. I don't quite remember how you fight Graceful. I don't quite remember this fight much. I do know you do fight him, but like, it could be awkward is what I'm trying to say. Because look at it, there's barely an arena here. Oh, that could be a problem. Said could be, never said would be. Get over here.
I'll just take
What now? Did we pass?
Your trial is ended as well, then?
Mine was brutal beyond reckoning. Vedfalnir seems ill-acquainted with the notion of mock battles.
Tan ihn und sieh's nicht. Swor as finan, stis gar ikin, el en in an, sed gar initek. Taishi es isa.
Oh, my poor ribs! Hreysvelgr saw fit to pair me with Vidofnir, but her ferocity was such that I began to wonder if I hadn't simply imagined her injury. Yet my trial pales in insignificance next to yours. How fared your duel with Hreysvelgr? I take it from this that your battle was rather more involved than my own. Vidofnir seemed largely concerned with how long he could keep me rolling in the dust, simply dodging snapping fangs and slashing claws. I scarce had time to aim a blow. Had he truly meant to harm me, of course, I would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaughts forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his bounce, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Ow, 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 Kupo! Somnus, let me begin by congratulating you on your completion of the trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, your fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kinked? Even my paw makes! After this troubling, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. What? When I told you about Somnus's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. But triple shifts for you, Magan. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. None at all.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hreysvelgr's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
End to the song.
is he all in?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Snar'an, skolu, ses niten,
follows is probably one of the most epic and awesome sequences in like the entire game. Like seriously, this is gonna be really cool.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Fashionably so, I might add.
Watan and by in. Still walking. Nal u inga. Ale el ikinfa en. Ko hesto in. Undo kai omon ikin in kastaga stajas skol hes som. Orsk mik in eskja in wan I he dolun hikin hern esh. Frostwan inna. His ingar liskol an nusgar akin sus ul war.
Those grow back, right?
Gross.
Esk dran mik in. Faun War mo I te to thar an. This an in. Snalis Rein, Nedwar, Elstra. In Hefnesh. Ja, Wa'il and Stra and In.
Children of the land, do you hear?
And lay in
Echoes of truths that once
les in. This Alf and In. Sal just
find bringing land and heaven's near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lovers'
It is time
watching as their words
for the final steps of faith. My favorite fight out of this game, but that's bias on my end.
souls cry, a passion welling within.
No, it's serious when it gets. They actually have lyrics.
Yeah.
Sacrifice
They're pulling out Dragon Song for this fight.
Yet this bond of hope, my treachery was broke, scattering her
Alright. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely confident in my ability to kill Nidhogg by myself here, but the Alexander race will have they'll have taught me well. As you can see, he's clearly stronger than a lot of the other shit that we've been fighting.
Yeah. As appropriate.
Exactly. And now we have to fight his kids.
Most emotional combat.
Exactly.
It better be freaking tough, man.
It has to be, yeah.
Yeah, you'll beat the god, but dude, like, shit, how I'd be the one. Freaking
Oh, dude. You're gonna see why level 80 Dragoon is honestly the coolest you'll ever experience a job at level 80. Take note of what he's doing here. Look at these circles! Can you guess what he's doing? Final chorus! You recognize any of that? That's the move!
Oh my god!
That's the move I've been using at level 80 every time I've been able to. They let us use it! Stardiver! It originates from Nidhogg here. Well, Estinian Nidhogg. He even uses Gear Skogul! I use Gear Skogul! See, look! This is so epic! I can't put it in any other way! And then the music, man, it's gone to a crescendo! Oh, fuck! Oh, I hurt! Oh, the pain! You thought you were cool when you did it. I'm gonna do it too! Ah! Oh god, he hurts a lot more than I thought he would, I'll be honest. Then again, I'm taking 8 people's worth of damage, so... Okay, I'm gonna have to be a little less greedy here. Okay, do I have a potion? Do I have a potion? Do I have a potion? And then the music is at full blast! Oh no! Chicken. Oh man, this is gonna hurt. Oh, this is gonna hurt. No! It killed me!
I screamed away!
God, okay, alright. I was hoping I would do it in one go, but, whatever. Chicken will, serve to be my benefit here. Gives me a little bit extra HP, and a little bit more attack power. So, hopefully that serves us well here. Also, we have the Echo, which will definitely help us. Alright, let's try this again. I won't be pushed around by you anymore, Nidhogg.
Energy is respawned.
Yeah, like I said, this is gonna be a tough fight. Only fitting, yes? By the way, the reason why Dragon Song is so fucking good is because it's composed by Nobuo Uematsu. Man has a fucking range, indeed. God, he's so fucking cool.
I wish I was him, and then you become him.
Yeah. You do his fucking finishing move, man. I mean, or not finishing, but face changing move. Still hurts, still hurts. Still hurts. Okay. Again, take note of the music. It is so fucking good. Okay. I have bloodbath this time, bud. Now, if this doesn't hit before I get fully healed, I should be good. Oh, it hurts! Oh, it hurts!
round.
Alright, third time's a charm. I don't know what else I can do to make myself stronger here. So, really, it's just third time's a charm. I'm actually gonna go use the restroom real quickly. Because I thought I would have finished this fight, like, a round ago. So...
Children of the land, do you hear? Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing land and heavens near. But flames that burn full bright soon fell dark. Memories dimmed by shadowed hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their words.
Alright, I am confident, by the way, that I will beat him this time. Because notice this buff, the Echo. Every time we die, the Echo gives us a slight buff to just everything. HP restoration skills, damage dealing, maximum HP. And now it's at 20%. So now my everything is at 20% more effective. And or I have 20% more of it. Hopefully this number doesn't surpass 50. Let's just say that much.
Is it a downgrade if you keep using it?
No, it does. There's no downgrade. It's just it only goes up after every time you die. So, or more accurately, every time the party wipes. In my case, it's every time I die. But a lot of things will be more effective now because of this. Actually, I'm not doing my most optimal rotation, so that could probably benefit me a lot more if I did that. Alright, time for a fair old Dragoon v Dragoon match of the grunge type. He even has a buff. Heart of Man. Nidhogg has taken the form of a man. Hopefully he doesn't do that too often. That really honestly hurts. This will hurt a lot, by the way. Again, I'm sustaining the damage of 8 people at once, so I'm not surprised that I'm dying a shit ton. I'm at full health for this phase. Hopefully being at full health will help. Alrighty then, bitch. This still is gonna hurt. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! It still hurts! Please kill him, please kill him, please kill him. Please kill him. Yes!
Yeah, last.
What now? I took off my helmet for this.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
So angry, he started speaking English.
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued! You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Children of the land, truths that once rang clear, two souls intertwined, one true love they did find, bringing light and heaven's
Realness in
memories dimmed by shattered hearts. In the waxing gloom did wane the lover's moon, watching as their worlds drift apart. One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a final bleed. her kiss.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope, my treachery was broke, scattering her words.
Yeet! Huh, Alphinaud got the bigger yeet. And there they go, gone forever at the depths of the abyss.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend.
Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least. You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instrare anhesnech. One in nest ikman keifta.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Yes.
Just straight up. Now you finally know what scene that Infinity War copied, by the way.
I have not watched that yet.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's a scene in Infinity War where they tried to pull off Thanos' gauntlet, and that's literally the exact same scene.
See.
And of course, this came out in, like, first. This just came out first. Anyways. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad songs. And rightfully so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia, and beg news of his condition. Somnus, Master Alphino, my honored friends. As if winning Heavensward into our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his broodbrother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Somnus and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed into the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. You must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word to the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Gordon Mont and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Somnus. It would seem that we are awaited at Fort Tom's Manor. I'd like to think, by the way, that the game didn't take my helmet off because it didn't take my helmet off because it forced me to. It took my helmet off because I died 3 times. My helmet must have been shattered to fucking pieces by that point. I'd like to think that. That's my headcanon. That'll forever be my headcanon now. God damn it, it's canon now.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our Master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Somnus, my friend. What could I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Stinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Heavensward's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set out by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Alphino he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander! Your presence is required in the infirmary! Is he... Tell them I am on my way. Quickly, Somnus, we must go to him. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. Get ready for another hour-long cutscene.
Boy. Let's go.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
Again, unique dialogue.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Emmerich. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh,
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais. only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an azure dragoon for a new age.
I gave him his eye back.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
From the Memoirs of Count Edmond de Fouton, Heavensward. And that's the book right there. That's the book that we've been hearing the narration from this whole entire expansion. And he just closed it. He just closed it.
Okay.
Basically.
The cutscene's ended.
There's still cutscenes. But Heavensward is over. That's the end of the Heavensward storyline. Our next part is the start of the Stormblood storyline. In fact, I think... Okay, no, that's it.
But I said there's a lot of cutscenes ahead.
There's still more. There's still more. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way back towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Somnus. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. Oh, you do not even know, my guy. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange justice this that places me in its pinnacle? An archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. But these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear a word from Captain Whitecape, that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Somnus, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphinaud. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the debris of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Ascian machinations and in its seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. It's basically saying, hey, you can use your airship to go to Ishgard now. Woot woot! Our end of patch cutscene here. Thank you, Blainares. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly cautious mouse. This way! Can you guess who that is, by the way? Him again. It is
like
of...
Sid.
What now?
Okay.
It is of no moment. You will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath shrouded bows, beyond the scope of light, shadow stirs. Alright, that was the end of part 3. Part 4 is going to just be them setting up the Stormblood storyline. But you may have also noticed it's also setting up a little bit of Shadowbringers as well, with the Warrior of Darkness. So...
You literally say shadows at the end.
Exactly! Which is...
Like, oh my god, title drop!
Almost. It was almost a title drop. They won't properly put a title drop until the end of Stormblood, so... Because Stormblood is a huge detour. Rightly, I think the reason why is probably just because, like, with their dual storytelling, they couldn't really sensibly tell the story of Shadowbringers and Stormblood at the same time. So they had to make Stormblood come first and then Shadowbringers, which makes it even better because fucking Shadowbringers is just amazing. We're still in the free part, by the way, I should mention. It may be the end of the Heavensward storyline, but it's still the Heavensward expansion. So we're still in free content. I can't believe that everything we just went through is still free. But anyways, yeah. Part 4 is gonna be really fucking cool. And Stormblood is also really cool. I haven't really talked too much about how good Stormblood is, just because Shadowbringers just eclipses it entirely, and I have a lot of nostalgia for Heavensward. But Stormblood ain't bad. Stormblood ain't bad. You'll see. It's pretty good still, by its own. But yeah, how was that?
Good.
Pretty fucking good, yeah?
He's solid. It's alright.
It's alright, yeah.
It's kinda... Am I satisfied with my chair? Yes, I am.
But dude, it's amazing. And, yet there is more as well. Again, the free part's not over yet, so... But yeah. I guess we'll just end it off for tonight. Here,
right.
Since we gone through part 3 already. I kinda sorta wanna start part 4, but at the same time, like, I know how long that could take, so...
How long do you expect it to take?
5-6 hours.
Figure we can get 2 done. By then it'd be 3 o'clock.
I mean, if we start right now, we could probably, like, end it off at 3 o'clock, but I don't know. We'd be too tired. Not worth it, yeah, exactly.
And then just get a shorter Tuesday, and then yeah, what to do from there, I guess.
Yeah.
This one took about 8.
7.5 hours.
Minus like an hour for the break.
Yeah, minus an hour for the break. Yeah, exactly.
And then minus 10 minutes because you died twice.
Yeah. These parts should like these parts are really well sectioned off. Like they're meaty chunks of gameplay, but they also like aren't too terribly long, you know?
It's a way short.
It's a good balance.
Actually, we can actually get this done in a day.
Exactly. Like for the Realm Reborn ones, like fucking 12-ass hours, man.
12 hours, and we probably got through about the same amount of story.
Exactly. So definitely they've fixed a lot of the pacing issues. Heavensward is just so much better paced. And like the patch quests as well, typically one patch cycle worth of quest takes about like a couple hours. So which we clearly experienced there because we went for free and each of them lasted about 2, yeah? So
yeah. How many patches on the fourth one?
Huh?
Patches on the next part.
Part 4? There should only be 2.
Okay. Just slightly longer.
Yeah. There's 3. Between each expansion, there's 5 patch cycles. Typically, at least. We don't count Realm Reborn. Yeah, but yeah, typically between each expansion releases 5 patch cycles. And we just got finished with patch cycle 3.3 of Heavensward. It's the first number in that denotes what expansion number it is. Of course, Final Fantasy 1.0 is 1.0, Realm Reborn is 2.0, and Heavensward is 3.0, right? And the number after the point is the patch. And all told, an expansion is point X. So Heavensward is 3.x, Shadowbringers is 5.x, etc., you know? Yeah, we just got finished with 3.3. We're about to head into 3.4, and then 3.5 is going to be the finish of it. It's going to be the end of the expansion proper. And then the start of Stormblood proper would be 4.x. So... As for other things we could do, I don't know. I'm actually kind of hungry because I actually didn't eat earlier, so... Or I ate earlier, but I'm hungry again, so... I'm gonna end the stream here and go eat. Maybe we can do something afterwards, or at least just stay and call, so... Yeah.
Depends if it's over. Okay.
Okay.
Because I was gonna mention that freaking someone joined in the middle of our freaking stream a couple hours ago.
Oh.
I was in a cutscene, so I couldn't mention it then.
Okay, right. Well, I'm gonna stop the stream here.